Okay. So Quest UI. Quest UI animation. Right now it just pops out. It appears instantly. Type 1, resurrect typing animation. Okay, that I do have. Actually, kind of easy. Oh, you don't want to do it again? Interesting. Does it once and then doesn't want to do it again. Okay. What is it that I do? Here, nothing there. Text quest animation. Thing. Looks kind of dark here. Looks. There, bright enough. Bright enough. This was disabled. Right. Victor, welcome back. Welcome back. What's backracking? So, it does this thing once. And then after that, it's weird. Does this once, then doesn't do it again. Okay. Characters copied. Characters copied. So 0. Hubba. Oh, is it coming from this crap? Just a show. Yeah, that still works. You know what? I'm tired of looking in the corner. I'll just move the whole thing. Really? Oh, I have a snap thing. Hedge snap. Forgot about the edge snap. It's fine. So, text, characters to show. So I do have control over this. Oh, but this one doesn't support it because it goes for printf. Because it goes for printf. Will it work here? Yeah. So if it's not a printf, it'll be fine. Let's see. An interesting question. Fine. Wait, this doesn't change the character show. Oh, it probably works. If it's less than max, it will do it. Otherwise, it's not gonna. Not gonna. I don't understand. That kind of needs to be reset. Yes, Rotterdam. Hello to you as well. Right back at you. Right back at you. Oh. You thought I didn't speak Ukrainian, but I do. In your face. In your face. Yeah, I guess for now I'm gonna... Actually, why doesn't it work? That probably works. Probably. Bank? Yes. Okay. That's a decent, probably the SoloDev. It's enough to do typing to attract visual attention, plus maybe moving, appearing in the center and then shoving off to the side where it belongs. Probably. Okay. So now I need state information. I'm gonna need some state information. Player quest state. Player quest state. Maybe I don't need too much. Maybe I can just be like, trap chest quest. Easiest to combine UI information here. Maybe. Yeah, it's all good, Matt. No worries. No worries. My Ukrainian language is kind of a little bit rough around the edges, but I can still read and understand well. That's fine. Just when I speak, I forget half the words because I grew up in post-Soviet Union city where it's mostly Russian. It reminds me, there's another Ukrainian, there's Taras Mozepa, I think, on Twitch, hangs out as well. Another Ukrainian dude. And Comistic. State. This is more like UI state, I think. Call it UI state. How about just appeared? Animating. Say done or not? Probably, I guess. It probably works. Well, to be fair, I need the same thing for the task. Yeah. Now let's tie it all together. Tie it all together. Means now. Because right now the side quest is when you stand too long next to this chest, spawns a bunch of robots. You have to take them out. Once you do, And then the chest breaks open and you can get goods. Okay. If his chest became active. No, at some point I was making a game called Ukrainian Rumble in my college days. I think this was also my first YouTube video, one of them. This was my college project. Instead of gaining all straight A's in my college, I spent years building this out and learning stuff from it. It's kind of fun. Just on a tank, just shooting things up. An American flag, Ukrainian flag on that thing. 19 years ago, indeed. But now it's time to make an actual game. Okay, task. Am I doing any vibe coding? Of course. From time to time when it's more helpful to do it, yeah. But vibe coding comes with a lot of tech debt, so I have to be kind of very careful and precise about the way you do it. But absolutely. I got a bejesus amount of talks I have with ChatGPT about all kinds of stuff. Well, it's mostly like high level stuff. Like, sometimes coding specific is nice. Like I've once vibe coded the physics engine. So this was me working at the eye pretty hard to build out a proper physics engine here. The only problem is that it runs kind of okay, but it just runs too slowly. It's just not fast enough for what I want. So I'm still using an existing commercial, well, open source physics engine already. Convex shape, boom. It's not the most stable thing, but it was kind of fun to build it up a bit. One file I almost mostly vibe coded was this one. This is replacement for STL function implementation that does not heap allocate. And that's something I asked ChatGPT to do once, and then I had to do a whole bunch of cleanups to make it decent. But yeah. But once you get into gameplay, it's... no. You don't mess with it too much. Plus, game logic is mostly figuring out what actually you want to implement for the game to make it fun, not so much writing code for it. Plus, yeah, I'm just so happy to write way too much code. Way too much. Okay, I can see all this. This is old stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and ignore that. Yeah, it's kind of nice to vibe code something in parallel, like ask someone a question and just work on here for 5 minutes while it's thinking about it. Switch. The UI is definitely good, but man, you need to be really smart to be able to use UI well. Otherwise, you're not gonna have a good time. I should just like... Okay, if it's just appeared. If it's just appeared. Oh, we need to find the connection. It's connected to this. Ignore inactives. Part of this. Also, sometimes when you actually need to wipe code, ChatGPT just doesn't yet handle the amount of code that I need to work it for it with. It's like, here's 4,000 lines of C++ code, and it's like saying, sorry, can't copy paste that much. Can't do it. Don't care about this. Yeah. Means I'm gonna do the thing I'm doing here. Maybe I do want in this case. I had a good argument about AI. It'd be nice if you could just give it AI a file and ask it to like reduce number of lines of code as opposed to increase, while keeping the functionality exactly the same. That'd be nice. Restart. Typing animation. And then go to animating. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. There's a bit of a bug where initially it presents as the whole thing and overwrites. I have to be careful about that. There's a few frames before that happens. Wait, I know where to do that. So it's here. Here I'm writing the whole thing out. But, and it's a big but. Yeah, I think so. Oh, yeah. Okay. So let's do that if none or just appeared. Otherwise, there's not a... Oops. It seems reasonable. There's still one frame where I can see it. There's still one frame where I can definitely see it. Dun, dun. I guess I'm curious in that case. Oh. Well, not any kind. I'm gonna need to build up a system where I store histories of components. Annoying. Latest spot cracking. Nice. Sounds like ChatGPT poetry. I miss the dude who was spamming AI conversation in chat. It's kind of cute. But I eventually got tired of that. And muted that guy out of existence. Dude, why are you not attacking the guy? I'll do the particle animation landing for robots a bit later. Also, I don't need you. Game mode looks different, change the colors. Well, I guess at some point, but it's still kind of mostly a blur, dude. Sometimes I have to like go back in time to remind myself how the game used to look like. You know what I'm saying? This was my first robot destruction. Look at that. Look at them getting cracks. And then just cracking open. Even though extremely incorrectly. But those all cute. All cute. Yeah. Also, this UI frame here, this is definitely vibe coded. Use ChatGPT to create some of those frames. And then eventually decided, you know what, I don't like them. Don't like them. Ooh, what is this bug? You know, I haven't recorded enough video in a while. I need to do some of that. That was some bone debug testing. Build up many components. This is also back then the legs that just kind of would glide around on the floor pretty hard. But not anymore. Not anymore. This was the first, like, world generation. Pom, 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 pom. There's something cute about this when it's like small little blocks, to be honest. Kind of something there. Oh yeah, I used to have this long hair, which I've since removed. Don't remember why. Also made it really floaty. What's up, guys? Actually, it looks kind of reasonable. I could bring it back. Probably just need to make it probably thicker. Also had a custom gravity on it, so it's called floaty. Big jump to here suddenly. Yeah, game always looks cleaner when it's like, it's just... Yeah, I'm not... Maybe I want to make it brighter on the floor. Oh.
Not enough energy. Out of energy.
I was happy you to go. I do some minor changes, like the hair with a little bit of outline to the hair. Just a bit. A little bit glow on the edges. Lean against wall. Why not? Why not? Yeah, just adding more life to the character is pretty nice. What's up, Riker? Where's the game? It's like my own version of Diablo. So right now we have a quest where this is like a trap chest. Like just like they just give you like an energy boost, it gives you like an item drop. Right, and then you can whatever. But that's this chest. It's looking more like a trap chest. If you stand too long next to it, a bunch of robots spun around. And now you have a new quest mode. Indeed. Yeah, I mean, for me, this year of 2026 is a year of working actual gameplay. I'm getting tired of working on base systems for like that. So far, it's almost 2 full years. At the end of January, is going to be officially 2 year of full-time work. Yeah, because I started working in the game like at the end of January 2 years ago. A few frames appears as a full text. Do you have any additional plans for marketing the game besides streaming? Yeah, I basically studied people who know about marketing, and it comes down to just 2 things. Steam fests with demo, and just getting the game picked up by other YouTubers. Streaming myself, it doesn't really do much for marketing. It's just more like my chill time zone. Almost like going to the office and focus on the work for a bit. While doing some worry break chats. What is the overall goal? Finish the game correct. No, it's definitely finish the game. If I just wanted computer graphics on their own, I would go back working for video games. But I don't want to deal with a nasty manager in AAA game companies. It's also lame. Lack of C++. Just do C. You don't need C++ for Vulkan. I'm using Vulkan C API. Only C++ because I know it way better. Fun fact, recently I was doing some new Vulkan stuff. Actually. Boom. Go here. Yeah. Dynamic rendering extension. Well, I just use Vulkan straight up C. But that's primarily because C++ or Vulkan just takes longer to compile. It's the same header file. Essentially just takes longer to compile, so I just said screw that. Screw that. I actually like using C libraries from inside C++. That is my favorite. Do not... Well, C is the simplest languages, honestly. Among the languages they use in modern times, C is the easiest language to learn. By far. By far. Would it be extremely fast using existing engines? Oh yeah, I used to do exactly that. I used to do exactly that. I used to prototype this game for a few years. This was me building out the same game, but in an open source engine that I actually worked on for years and years. I wrote a book on to make games in this engine. That's what I want to use. So yeah, that was fast to prototype, but I didn't have like this creative control over it. It was a bit sluggish, performance was kind of pathetic. Nah. For a while I played around with Unreal too, but I wasn't particularly happy. Like, I think I spent maybe a few months building this game before Unreal, and it was okay, but like, sure, it looked pretty, but the C++ of Unreal is just so nasty and disgusting. I just didn't want to deal with that stuff. So sure, it was okay, but nah. Yeah, so I've definitely done that. I've done that, dude. I spent like 3 months. I spent like 100 hours of learning on Udemy because I've used Unreal before, and then I went even deeper into it to study everything about that. And after 3 months of this, I just got so enraged by working on Unreal, I just deleted the whole project and I started from scratch completely. I hate Unreal. Oh god, do I hate it. I hate it so much. This is the only 3 videos I have left of that original project. It's cute, but it didn't feel like my game. It felt like something. But it wasn't my game. But now I'm in full control. And now it's way faster. And it flies like, dude, this game is now so fast. This is running at 4K. Oh. So 4K debug build easily caps into 300 frames, easily. So confused. I mean, start of C. If you don't know C yet, start of C first. Don't do modern C++. This thing's gonna be disgusting. Disgusting. What's the goal of streaming? Just chilling. Would it be easy to do work without streaming? Not really. It's not like I have that many viewers anyway. Most days it's pretty quiet. Like, dude, like I average maybe like 10 viewers at the most. It's barely anything. But sometimes I get pretty good ideas for gameplay. So it's not all negative. Let's go play with let's go find that quest in the wild. Well, that quest was a little bit too much in the center. Boink. Oh, that doesn't work. Well, for me, C was like the fourth. No, I think for me, C was the third language learned. So you're not that far behind. Boom, boom, boom. Anyway, back to the beginning. Track destruction, exactly. Well, it's like a Diablo game, dudes. If you have played Diablo games, then that's just more like a sci-fi thing, fighting robots, whatnot. Have different item stats, different skills you can consider, different items, different properties it might have. You level up, gain level, gain experience. Get your experience bar. Pascal first. Yeah, in school, that's what they were teaching me back in Eastern Europe, Pascal. But first, actually, learn BASIC on 8-bit computers. Rust. I mean, just stick to something, dude. It doesn't particularly matter too much. Like, Rust will be suffering, but you can make game Rust as well. I think the Glade game was made in Rust. Glade. Tiny Glade. This game was made in Rust. So, you can do it. You can do it. But I hate Rust. C++ has way better tooling. Or C. Alright, so one frame of this still shows up. Still shows up. Oh, because this could be happening. I think Rust is a thing. If you're into allocating every little object separately, then Rust helps you. But I don't allocate objects anyway. I don't use heap much ever. There'll be no benefit. Yeah, Rust is just it's whatever, dude. Whatever. Lasers. I think walls need more life. We have to build up a system to scale wall life. Bam. Oh, it doesn't save color for those guys, huh? It's cute. Yeah. A lot of new languages basically treat developers as idiots. And Rust is one of those languages. Alright, girly, get on the bike. Going for a ride. That was a harsh flip. That was a harsh flip. That thing is being a little buggy bug, huh? Being a little buggy bug. Whatever. To be fixed later. Okay, what about animating those quest tasks? So this does it for this. Guess for now I can just do that. Maybe trigger typing after previous goal tasks are done. Anthony does not suggest Rust. Yeah, Rust sounds very complex. Especially anytime I look at the syntax, it's nice. Look at this. This is like C++, but it's very easy, readable, simple. There's nothing nasty going on. Doing the same thing in Rust would be disgusting. There'll be a bunch of weird-ass single characters left and right. Except I don't need this. If this... I guess I'll see if that works. Hey, it did work. Okay. That's something. That is something. Oh yeah. Give her a leg motion animation hand was definitely a positive. New leg animation. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, before we go too far, I might as well make this one be typeable. Type that thing out. Oh wait, this... Use C++ primer book, sure. Honestly, it's been so long since I read a C++ book that... I don't even know. I just know the old one I read, the free thinking C++ book, but even that involves kind of the wrong approach of using it, so... That easy. Oh, that's what I need to do. I should do like activate task, blah. If you do use C++, stick to simple things. I ain't going too fancy. Just stick to just simple C at first. Going to C++ right away is going to be too much. Too much. Here's the thing. If you use C++ and you follow book advice, you can forget about debug builds being useful or usable at all. Whereas in C, your debug builds are going to be insanely fast, and compilation time is going to be insanely fast. You have to be really careful and knowledgeable to write C++ code the way I do so that debug builds are fast. Ain't going to be easy. Wait, quest check. C++ 23, dude. Even I don't use C++ 23. Oh, it's only this entry that doesn't support typing out. There's a weird little jitter to it. We're gonna look like crap at 60 frame, ain't it? Why is that not cycling correctly? Do this one, right? Oh, something is forcing it. Yeah, something is forcing it back. Okay. What's up, Info? I'm curious to try C++ 26 reflection, but don't have much hope. It's either gonna barely work, or it's gonna be slow as hell, the compilation time is gonna be insane. One of those. One of those things. I mean, look at that. 2-second flash startup time. You know, I haven't done it in a while. Let me see. Do I have Tracy on? Tracy off. Whatever. Okay, so that reach zone. It would be this, wouldn't it? Reach zone, this thing. No. Plus, C++ 20 doesn't mean much. Like, it has that so much stuff. It's kind of random. Like, the only thing I really use C++ 20 for is maybe like a few concepts on the way you initialize an object, a struct. That's about it. But have fun. But still, you should start with C first. If you don't know C, definitely do not skip it. Like, sometimes I wish that I wrote all this in C, because it would compile like a maniac super fast. But it's too late now. Oh, this thing. Excuse me? No. Hell no. Excellent. Oh, you know what looks weird? pausing on space looks weird. It's almost like I need to skip spaces over. Maybe just do it faster. What if I do it twice as fast? Yeah, twice as fast feels good. Twice as fast feels good. Boink. Yep. When we get to try the new build, good question. By the way, weapon film, I made some good progress towards potentially fixing that crash you were seeing in the lossless mode. Did some low-level Vulkan refactoring, so it's possible might be able to support that fully soon. New build, sure. Once I have this thing fixed up of questing, can do it any day. Does look kind of weird. Let's see, what if I force the game to be at 60 frames? Or is my streaming setup is gonna freak? Is it gonna freak is the question. I gots to know, man. I gots to know. Rip. Say hello to black screen. Game way too spoiled by 144 refresh rate. Actually, this wasn't too bad. Alright. 60 FPS looks horrific. Absolutely horrific, dude. Okay, 60 it is. This feels so sluggish. Ooh. Oh, I need to spend a couple of days fixing all the 60 FPS bugs. Can't save control support. Yeah, control support is only for basic stuff. When it comes to all this stuff, and yeah, it's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weird. Oh. It's that animation buggy thing. Dude. 60 FPS looks horrific. Why am I just spoiled? You know, I was looking at the UI. No, that looks completely fine. It does briefly show up fully though, it's the only concern. Something set it to -1. Something. I gotta tell you what, when you develop your game on the 4K, 144 frames, you can't afford to be slow. Well, the mirror is not even supposed to show up if you don't have ray tracing. It's not even supposed to be there. Like here, ray tracing, it's on. If you turn off ray tracing, you're not even supposed to get a mirror. So it must be some kind of weird bug where the mirror shows up but it's black. Because I don't have reflection and non-ray trace mode. So I'm not even sure how it shows up. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Actually, I guess I can might as well take a look. Last crash report was quite a while back. And this, oh yeah, this was some weird crash. I don't even know what the hell this was. Don't even know what that was. Crashed a bit later. Do I write code off stream? Of course. Most of the code I do is off stream. Or if I'm working on Blender or working on some particular raunchy outfit, then I do it off stream. Or if it's like I'm working like way too late in the night, streaming doesn't particularly feel fun. But maybe one day. Okay, something still appears it. Let's see. Let's see, this gets updated every frame. Every frame. Yeah, this is gonna be annoying. So let's turn off this quest. Okay. So it appears first time. Bro, really? Okay, how about I catch it here? Okay. Got the task. Defeat trap robots, makes sense. Then we'll go in here. Show only characters is -1. It should technically be 0. Task state. What's the state? Just appeared. If it's just appeared, try that. So the biggest time saver I have in my work is C++ hot reloading. Oof. Excuse me? Excuse me? Some did that. Will be an objective indicator on the screen for the quest stuff like arrows or icons. Yeah, I've been thinking about that, like even the direction. Because right now I'm just really about keeping track of Like here's the first edition, like actually, I don't even show up anymore. Okay, hold on. Okay, state is none. Animating. I'm surprised this is having issues. Really surprised. But so far, one of the indication I've personally wanted to have, what I might draw like this weak little lines to indicate paths towards these arrows where to go to. Like especially when you defeat the last robot, I would indicate like this maybe lines going out to potential paths. Where to go to that might be good. This arrow something, maybe sort of arrow, I want to have like a little line going out. Either to the arrow or to like the last robot. Sometimes you get lost track of that. Could see doing that. Okay, really? Makes no sense. Fairy trails. Well, she definitely has the fairy trails. At some point I tried to add solid lines. I did not like the way it looked. But for a suggestion where to go to, I could see implementing like the dash lines or something. Let's see doing that. I actually had an idea for this, for the chest. I actually wanted to maybe like fall through the ground and close up. Or maybe just raise up the walls to indicate that it's locked out. That might be a thing to do. I just need something visual to grab your attention when Last Robot is destroyed. And this gets destroyed. This doesn't get enough of a visual pop to grab attention to that chest breaking apart. Helicopter hair. Somehow this breaks everything. Must be something about confusing it here. Best guess. Did you want to have more complexity? Yep. Well, this is what I'm working on. This is like the very first step where you have like additional things to interact with, a little side quest. This is the first step towards that. The first way to interact it. Another one I'll have is the... Because right now this captured girl is just an S. What I will do instead, that the spikes will come up when you approach, and then robots will spawn, stuff like that. And then I could have that as a side quest yet again. Outside of that, other ways to open up chests, and I'll think of something else. I can always add, I was thinking about adding some traps. Leave a player the robot can step on. Could be as simple as like a cavity opens up, robot goes in, gets crushed up, and then spits out parts of him. That kind of stuff. Concern? What do you mean concern? You desire to have it, or concern that you don't want it? Yeah, but variable corridors and rooms, yeah. Nothing stopping from doing that. In fact, in the beginning, that's exactly what I have here. It's more like a smaller room. So I can definitely have some of that stuff. Focus. Yeah, definitely. I've been thinking about doing that because one of the things I've been thinking of is introducing some space between the levels so that wherever there's a gap, and you can see then the underworld, and then I would spawn a bunch of like fake levels the way I spawn here to give it some depth to the world that way. And I just need to introduce like gaps the way it appears here. That definitely is doable. It's interesting. Well, let's see, by the time it gets here, let's sit out. I don't want to be default 0. There's one frame of the full thing. But if I give it 0 here, it just freaks out. Just freaks out. I'm gonna make this be the default. Is somebody else saying this to -1? Game loop. Ooh, somebody does. Who dares? Oh, it's that thing. Yeah, that's fine. That's quest. Fine. Now here. Oh, wait, what? Excuse you? Hell no. That looked fine. Yeah, that looked fine. Yeah. Should be all Gucci. But I do want it to type it out one line at a time. Let's work on that. Quest. Because goal starting first is fine. And here I'm gonna need... It's mainly about tasks that need to be staggered. Oh, I made that thing be outside, huh? Oh, here. West. Yeah. I don't have a concept of done, do I? Oh, this is... Wait. This is when it's just appeared. Hold on. When it's done... Technically should be here. Animating. That could have been a funny book. Typing. Okay. So if no longer typing... Here... Okay, that should at least... Seems to be the opposite problem. It's interesting it's one of those errors that doesn't show up in IntelliSense. Very interesting. Okay. Now, stagger the tasks. I mean, that's like 9% there to be fair. Mr. VA, welcome back. Spot cracking. Things are good. Things are good. Let's do a quick little chest break. Any other VA coming back in? Now. Oh, the usual boring chess theory. To this. That looks gross, little buddy. It just looks gross. Guess I do this. Hold on here. Oh, he wants to go for this. And attacks the queen anyway, so fine. I gotta do this. Gotta do that. Just takes all your pawn. I'm gonna take all your pawns. That is annoying. There's another check. Maybe I don't want to do that. I think I'm just gonna castle. Indeed, it's a nice easy break compared to programming. Now I could just do this. Then ask him to kindly vacate the premises. Maybe it's time to trade those knights. Yeah. I mean, luckily I have this. Without that, it could have been nasty and gross. Could have been quite nasty and gross. Ooh, check. Here. Check again. I mean, this has to be pretty gross. Pretty gross. Okay. Presto. Man, at this level, you get to play the same people over and over again. I swear to God. I swear to God. Whatever. Dude, why is my game running so quickly suddenly? Sub 1 frame. It's kind of wild. Kind of wild. Alright. Right. It's a bunch of weird little flicks on that. Whatever. So if I want to do tasks, it means here I should only do the first one. Then stagger off. Wage quest. Wage quest. Was I an engine programmer in those big companies? Yes. Yes, I was. Yes, I was. I was an engine developer for like 7 years on this engine, which what allowed me to write this book. Boom. Let's go that free PDF. Download. Go. Which can outline different ways to set up your basic components, basic communication, basic gameplay, UI, sound, multiplayer. all that stuff. I did some serious preparation before here. I did some brief game development for actual games, but mostly game engine. Because I saw that working for full games wasn't really teaching me a whole lot. It's mostly dealing with some nasty-ass, dumbass managers. Whereas managers on game engine sides are just way better, way more sane. Indeed, indeed. Great success. Now, this part. I might need to do an actual iteration over here. So this part is done. Maybe here I can do. Dunzos. Class tasks. Whereas when you're a game engine developer, you can actually most of the time switch around teams quite easily. I work in different parts of the engine. What's up, Nawar? So I ended up working on a rendering team, multiplayer team, client team that actually went around to customers and just solving all kinds of random stuff. Alongside just diving into navigation mesh, UI, audio, all kinds of stuff. If task. Not tasks, task. Bro. Let's see. Actually, I suppose what you could have done only here. Now the right thing is to grab the first task and tell him to appear. Right. It's more than that, this task here. It's a bit relative, doesn't it? It might get a little more annoying. Because this is relative. Relative, right. I guess I can do this. So I need to find what's not been completed. Completed. First incomplete task. Right. Oh. Because it could be a bunch of tasks to do, like here, a bunch of tasks to be done. And the UI will only show the last two, including the last completed plus the next one over. Or maybe first two incomplete. One of those. So that. First incomplete task. Right. Starting task for UI. that, let's make sure it's... and drop below 1, below 0. We need comments so we can just have name your variables correctly. Okay. May you ask how much time to spend on the computer? A lot. A lot of time. I'll be right back. It's way too warm out here. 2 computers going strong. Be back. What do you think about AI and its impact? I personally hate AI, like a true Luddite. You feel like having feeling that it's killing all the fun writing software. No, AI is very difficult to use. AI is really good at writing a whole bunch of crap code, but then it takes a lot of times to clean it up. So good luck. It takes a lot of skill, experience, intelligence to actually use AI correctly. It does not slow you down. Ain't gonna be easy. I think the junior engineers are more impressed by AI. Or really inexperienced engineers are impressed by it because they can write a bunch of code. But writing code is the easy part, dude. There's a certain rule, I forget the rule of a fancy rule, is that whatever your code is, it's at least twice as hard to debug the code that you write. So whatever code AI produces for you, you need to have double the skill of AI to debug it and fix it up in the future. For simple tasks, then sure. Like I use AI, for example, for like most of this was wipe coded to write some Blender export function. In that case, AI was amazing. It was an amazing time saver. But for real stuff, it's pointless. It definitely helps in some ways, but it's still a pain. Still a giant pain. Especially once you go beyond just a simple little function. But I feel like a tool anything else. It's more like IntelliSense or like Editor being helpful. It's not a particular. It's awesome, but game programming is just too precise. Like think about it that way. Would you fly an airplane if the software was written using AI? I wouldn't. Okay, so going through the task. The first task to show. That's correct. That's fine. Need to press this. Like even a simple thing, making sure this appears all correctly, there's no weird frames, like dirty eyes. I think it's mostly beginners who are just like really happy about the eyes. They're replacing the whole work, but it's not. What it will do, it will actually make, it will require even more engineers to use AI. A low diet, some people are scared of technology all the time. People used to say that computers will be removing jobs and destroying jobs left and right because computers can do stuff. Especially like accounting, things like that in the past. But as you can see, You know what you need to do when you step on this thing? It needs to like actually get flung in the movement of the player's direction, but whatever. First task for UI. Relative task index is that. Right. And then go into animating. This is more of an observatory. First task. Weird. Technically, everything else should be none. That'll be fine. So no, AI is not going to be taking your jobs. Definitely not. Instead, AI raises the requirements of debugging skills. Like if you're really good at debugging, excluding AI code, then you ain't going to be a godsend. But outside of that, nope. Just a bunch of emotional fear. Okay, so going through tasks, the first one just appeared. Here, once it's animating, look for when still typing. Okay. Yeah, I know you don't like the name, whatever. Whatever. If not, still typing. Go to done. And then the next task will be triggered off. Which means you take this guy +1. Maybe not. Maybe not. That's fine. You're liking writing code myself, use AI too much, write code, notice getting worse, yep. Wasting time. So my suggestion is the way I use AI, it's mostly as a conversational teacher. Like for example here, here's my thread I had, this is the last, because I use AI a lot, dude. Let me show you. Let me show you some stats. What was the stat I had? Because at the end of a year, ChatGPT gives you a summary of how we're using this. Look at this. I've had over almost a demon devil-like number of total chats. I'm a top 3% ChatGPT user. Boom, in your face, dude. Look at that. So I use it quite a bit. But I think majority of it is more like a conceptual level conversation like here. Actually, that one's a very short conversation. Maybe... Yeah, like even simple things like that. Like it's not so much about the code. Well, I think in this case I would did. Yeah, occasionally for like little snowball snippets. But you can just keep it highly conceptual. But certain tasks are super simple and brain dead to do. Like there's one particular thing I did for like this long ass conversion and switch statement. This was wonderful to use AI for. Oh my goodness. That was so wonderful. Just go from Windows key values to my key values. That was perfect. That was so good. Perfect use of AI. Yeah, ChatGPT nowadays is even better than Google search. That's a thing. Like you can actually understand complicated questions. Really impressive. Really, really impressive. Okay, so first need to make sure don't run out of range. Done. Kick off the next one. What's crash? Oh, it needs to be max. It needs to be max. But yeah, sure. Have fun with AI to the degree you can. Ooh. You're just gonna keep on wilding out. Okay. Let's look at some stats here. Rob will get rid of this. Okay. Okay. That is weird. Okay. All of them says animating, which is odd. I find that the smarter you are, the better, more precise questions you have, the better AI will be. Plus, it seems to be learning from your questions. So the more clear your thinking writing is, the more useful it'll be to you. Just treat it as like a 20-40% helper. Okay, so that's not right. The ain't right around city folk. That should not be saying everything is animating. I understand going here say animate. I don't think it's saying this. Wait, now I don't even understand. Is it all animating? What it's none. Fine, you know what? We're just gonna do debug from the start. From the start. Well, go. Yeah, ChatGPT, if you know how to use it, it's really good at explaining hard topics and bringing you like the stuff you need. Or like before that, if you needed to like figure out the right navigation mesh from scratch, finding the right paper for that can be such a pain in the ass because most humans suck at explaining things. I don't have the patience, I don't have a skill for it. But holy crap, is I good at that. So if you're capable of using such information, you can be God. A God learner, like Neo learning stuff in a nanosecond. Okay, so first one, fine. It's animating, fine. Okay. Now inside animation. Still typing true. Let's take a peek at the tasks. Just appeared. Just appeared. Wait, all of them just appear. That's no bueno. If it's just appeared, in that case, I'm gonna need to reset everything else. If this one just appeared, Mr. Amber, you don't web code. I think that was a good search tool and boilerplate code. Should not replace critical thinking, sure. The thing is, AI is really good at explaining things too. Like, to me, AI explaining things well is more impressive than writing code. Dude, like one time what was I doing? Let me find this thing. I think it was doing something about UI shader. Oh yeah. Like here's one of the really long ass threads I had of AI. Like look at this, just simple ideas for UI. And even just that, it already knows I want only very short snippets, just pure math, pretty much. And they just gave me like so many ideas to tackle on. And then at some point, like, yeah, there was some code here, but it's not really particularly usable as this. So I was like, no, let's just roll back and give me some small stuff, like very small stuff. That was kind of usable. But what was more impressive was at some point I asked it, like, all right, just slow, like being able to explore, ask questions for specific functions and actually being correct was really impressive. And at some point I got tired of that. I was like, yeah, you know what? Let's just drill into actual explanation. So I was able to use text, even like process images. How come this wasn't curving the corner correctly? At some point I asked it to like explain, like, look at this. It's all these cute little explanations in text using ASCII art. That was really helpful. Explain it very slowly with diagrams. It's like a prompt to your license. This was really useful. I mean, look at that. Who's got the patience to write all this out? But this was just so good. The same thing went into the next one and so on. Like, dude, this was just godlike. This whole thing was a sign distance field for UI. That was good stuff. Anyway. So if this thing just appeared, that means I need to mark out all the states. Tasks. I'm not sure why I didn't catch that. Skip that as that, because yeah, it belongs here. Boom. Okay. Oof. It's ugly. And it gets stuck on the last one. And then eventually it gives up. Interesting. Interesting state. Alright, pause everything. Still animating. So this wasn't enough, huh? Are you saying? Are you saying? It's just appeared. I must have. I'm probably doing it somewhere else, don't I? Don't I? Oops. Yeah. Right now I'd try to check as much possible. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Well, that's the thing, like the more you know, the easier to kind of check and vibe check it. It's like to vibe code, you need to have a really good vibe checker. Like if you know a lot about subject and I just give you some answer to that, you can pretty quickly tell if it's like complete nonsense or not. And just through that, you can discard a lot. That's why I tend to ask AI to do like very small sub-steps. But even that still speeds you up quite a bit. Like for example, writing the Blender export, dude, this would be hell on wheels to write this from scratch. Like finding some scraps of nastiest example. There's no freaking intelligence here. The Python API on the website for Blender is completely disgusting. But AI just sold so much time to do all this basic stuff for. That was definitely a win. One of these days I'll get to AI to write me a navigation mesh from scratch. Because I know some basic stuff, but some theoretical stuff I'm missing about navigation mesh building and path navigation on that. So I'll be drilling AI pretty hard on that pretty soon. Because the last two big libraries that I'm still using that are not my own. I think that's all there is. Or from the third parties. Anything I care to actually replace are probably going to be PhysX SDK over my own physics engine. And then recast for navigation. Once I get rid of that, everything else is pretty minor, inconsequential. Yeah, as a mentor, it's amazing, but you can use both of them. There's no particular big issue. Like you can treat AI the way you treat old tutorials. We can start with a small snippet tutorial and then begin to tinker with that code and see what kind of changes produce what. That's why I learned coding, for example. So you can treat that. You treat AI as like giving you like little snippet examples. Because usually be going to like, previously go to Google, find some snippet of code somebody wrote as an example, whereas now you can use AI to generate that. Just like you wouldn't treat sample code you find online as a final thing. Do something AI. I'm just so much better at that. Oh my god. I think that's all I care about to replace. Everything else is pretty... Yeah, actually. Nothing else I care too much about. And maybe one day but even rewriting unit tests, not my point. But my own physics engine and my own path is the last two libraries to get rid of. So back to real thing, debugging. When I'm here trying to set everything to none, it's already yet just appeared. Who dares to set it to this? Turn up trap chest. What is this? Oh, you little bastard. So first of all, that needs to be none or just nothing. Just nothing. Yeah, let's try it again. Kind of sucks having to recompile. Usually I go into my hot reload path where you don't need to worry about that stuff. Okay. Looks like I have lost this. Restart. It's already just appeared, so somebody, somewhere, I'm assigning this. Must be activate the quest, this thing. I think that probably was it. That was probably it. Kinda. No, everything is still animating. Biscuit. What a biscuit. Okay, now it's none. Good. Ember, why no engine? Learning challenge or just cause? I actually originally was going to make this an open source engine, then I hated that. Was going to make it then an Unreal 5 engine, hated that. So at that point, the only thing is left is to write your own. Is it a mechanical system? No, it's more like that. Dude, like, engines are impressive. Think of it this way. Using a game engine is the same thing as using AI. Like, at first look, if you've never made that stuff before, you're going to be like, oh my god, it's so much work, it looks amazing, works probably more or less. But then once you actually start looking into it, you discover so many issues that you just run away screaming eventually. So yeah, that's actually a good point. Using game engines just like using AI. You think there's a lot, but not really. You're going to be debugging a million lines of code to fix up random crashes on those nasty ass game engines. Some disgusting stuff. Disgusting. Fine, so this goes set to none. We're here, and it's already just appeared, which makes sense on the first one. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna move you to the first spot so I can see it easier. But yeah, eventually once you start already run, like first of all, the biggest thing is using a big game engine requires a lot of knowledge to use it well. And if you don't, you will become highly limited by what it can do without too much pain. Or you're going to be spending time figuring out what the hell works, hoping to find an answer in some random ass forum, or hiring somebody paying them $1 million a year to help you explain all that stuff. Or if you write your own, you'll just know everything. Okay, look, that just appeared. None. Makes sense. Makes sense. Animating none. Oh, did I just have a bug on I'm GUI thing? It might have been that. Oh, yeah, it was. Yes. It was. Whereas now that I have 150,000 lines of code, it's all my own tech, so I know exactly where everything is broken. Don't need to think much. And you can just do things. Especially since I'm not writing a game engine, I'm just running the game, and minimum tech necessary to accomplish that. Everything else is garbage task. Okay. Let's see. So task is done. No, animating, good. Good. So now once it's done, it still says animating. Okay. Oh, it doesn't correctly check. Actually, even a simple thing as this, just being able to have this typing animation for text, in my code, it took almost no effort at all. I can just imagine how much pain and suffering it would be to go into an existing game engine, use one of the existing UIs, and try to figure out how to do that easily without being too much of a pain in the ass. I mean, so actually looks correct. Animating. He looks correct. Which means the only problem is here. First, oh, biscuit. Is it not showing the other one on purpose? Wait, this seems wrong too. If the time trade-off is worth it. I mean, if you're going to build Unreal Engine 5 in its entirety from scratch, then yeah, it's not going to be worth it for sure. But Unreal Engine and things like that are very generic and are made for everybody. Whereas your game is just your game. So you could sit and argue, but the thing is, until you finish the game, you can't really make a comparison all too well, because most of the pain making a game is really going through the last stages of it, not the beginning. What's up, Manuel? What is butt cracking? Let's see, animating. And then I just got clicked to done. Ooh. I'm not happy about that. So if it wasn't typing, go to done, and then trigger off the next one that just appeared. And then there was nothing to do here. Suspicious. Oh, so suspicious. We're in the last joint, indeed. Indeed. Welcome to the first side quest on the level. So this is where you come up to some random chest. If you stand long enough, it engages the new quest. Or the quest is destroyed by trouble. It's actually going to be cleaner for now. Let's hide this away. So trigger off UI. Said there were 2 robots remaining. Down by 1, down to nothing. Right now it goes away right away, but I can also do the untyping. That might be the easiest thing to do at first. Just to untype. CS freshman. Honestly, dude, I didn't care about grades in my college. I just spent my time working on games. Because I saw the classes are kind of pointless. The grades are okay, I guess. Don't get them too low, but... Dude, I'm pretty sure my grades will like be average in the end. Maybe even lower a bit. But even with that, I was able to get into Microsoft as my first job out of college. So whatever. Whatever. So I would actually avoid spending too much effort on college. Spend most of your time coding on your free time. Don't get schooling get in the way of your education. All right, back to testing this thing. Like, trust me, figuring out and fixing errors like these is much better education as an engineer than anything else. Like, debugging is such a rare skill. Actually, it seems to be working now fine. It's working. It's working, man. It's working. Boom, look at that. Oh, yes. If I wanted to be crazy, I can even animate the characters to slide into positions. But not today. Maybe way later. Seems too much. Too much. So actually, maybe I actually fixed it already. Actually, yeah. All that suffering for so little code. That's why writing code isn't particularly impressive. It's really debugging that's a pain in the ass. Fixed Quest UI typing. Okay. How do I want it to go away? Probably untyping is probably fine to untype. Well, how long this project has been? Almost 2 years full time. Almost 2 years. It'll be 2 years at the end of January, at the end of this month. All right, let's move the UI a bit to the side again. Dude, like writing the game from scratch is such a pleasure. Like every little thing you do just feels like specifically your own. Let's just move it off to the side. For now. To have a roadmap and plan release. Like I have like a mental picture of what to work on and stuff. Like for me, it's more like the first 2 years is primarily building up some low-level techs, low-level tech and whatnot. And then the beginning of third year, this is focusing on now on gameplay and content. So really the idea is that by the end of this year is to have a playable demo for Steam. And that's when marketing really begins. And then just spend maybe another year after that or two, keep building out the game. Really, the real idea is to be able to work on this game for years without having to take breaks and go work for some nasty ass manager somewhere. I love the way Factorio guys do it. Because the Factorio guys released the game a long ass time ago, but they're still working on it. Do I use any ray path tracing? Yeah. Well, what you're seeing right now is all ray traced. This is why you get perfect mirror. Factorio did indeed make a bunch of money. That's what allows them to just working on that game, not have to deal with anybody else. That's a real dream, real success. So it's more of a question as when the game is good enough to pull it off. To begin at least pull it off. So I don't even need to fool it down, you just need to make it enough content, enough fun to sustain me. Do I ever go to barbecue buffet? Brazilian barbecue is alright, but once you learn how to cook, it's way cheaper and more fun to do it yourself. It's not... Cooking beef and eggs is really easy. Very easy. Ooh. Little bastard got me. Fine. Alright, but question. Alright, fine. Focus. It's time to do DEET untyping. So instead of a quest thing just disappearing entirely, I just wanted to slowly and just erase it out. So for example, I would take this task 1, 2, and I could do characters to show. I could just be like, and then remove it. Yeah. Sounds good to me. Text typing animation. Well, let's expand this to something more. Be able to type in and untype. Right now it's only typing forward. Enabled. Yes, I actually have two renders. I have the non-ray trace render, which doesn't even give you the mirror. And this one I barely spend any effort on, honestly. This is more like intended to run like on a potato, so just about anything can run it. And also use it for debug view information. Because it turns out drawing lines in ray tracing render is very difficult and kind of a pain in the ass. Although, I should be able to do it now. Whatever. But yeah. That kind of allows me to run the game just about anything. Because of all, I can just check and check. Can I do hardware ray tracing? Cool, do that render. If not, switch to this one. This way the game can run well even on integrated graphics. Like here's me reloading level. Look how fast this thing is. That's where you have your own tech. And you have cute little transparency like that too, which does not exist yet in this mode. Because this one actually uses ray tracing to pierce through objects and figure out when you want to stop, when you want to continue. It's pretty clean. Okay, untyping. But yeah, reflection can definitely be fun. Okay, how do I do this component? Text typing. I could do mode, probably just mode. Mode. Type. On typing. Something like this. Something like this. Plus, one of the benefits of your own technology, you can integrate with some tools. Although you don't even need to restart the game most of the time. You can just let it recompile your code. Like magic. Like this probably will not be... I need to restart that. So mode. Do I want to save it? Maybe. No, thank you for the help. Okay. 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 Another mode. Yeah, I do want to switch. I'm not sure. Yeah. Ember the Fallen Twitch. Okay. It's time to test on some kind of dummy little thing. Hey, where's my ray tracing? Would you like to see a game that's ray traced running at 4K 144 frames a second? You came to the right place. And this is a debug build, by the way. This is not even optimized. Okay. Let's see. I can just do this, right? Yeah. Okay. 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 So I'll be able to switch. Right. Okay. Okay. I'm typing. Oh, I'm just going back in time. Actually, I'm curious. While I do this, let's see how good I can do this. Fill in implementation to untype a string. Let's see how well it does. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this one's fast. Oh, you even only showed me just this part. Nice. That's smart. Probably fine, but the thing about code, it's mostly a pain is understanding the code of other people. So that's fine. Part of the same character count. Could probably even share it. If character count is still greater than 0. Keep going. One sec. How did I do? Oh yeah, removes a period. I don't know why I need that. That makes sense. Enabled if greater than 0. It seems reasonable. So you're stepping out and now going back the other way. Oh wait, what is this for? If text character count. Maybe I just need to be 0 here. See? Okay, got 24. This one is at -1. Interesting. Characters cup. Oh, this one is still at 0. Why at 0? Oh, it should be at 0. That should not be at 0. I'm curious, did it handle that case? Not really. Because there's something outside of it anyway. Kinda sucks doing that. Maybe it'll be easier. Typing definitely starts here. Typing probably technically should be at 0. Yes. That's fine. And characters copied. Oh, it needs to be the full thing. Gonna use it as like a initialization. Boom. Okay. Still not enough. Twenty-four. Oh. Oh. This does not make sense. It's not 0. It's kind of pain in the ass to look at it again. Let's move it off to the side. Right? Where's this? Major problem. What is your defect? And what is your malfunction? That's what it was. It's programming learning language. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, programming language is not a big deal. It's really not. Like, especially you learn something like C language, it's very easy to learn. That's not a problem. That's where learning code, writing code BI is not that impressive. It's being able to reason about that, being able to debug it, and coming up with all that. I remember being a kid and being able to write stuff, but at some point I remember writing a game, and I got to like maybe like 8 pages of code, and I just had some kind of bug and I just could not figure out how to fix it. And that's when I realized, like, oh, wait a second, I am missing the skill of debugging to actually handle this much code. And that's when I realized I need to keep studying. And it's not something they're going to teach you in college, dude. That's what I'm telling you. Ignore mostly classes. Work on debugging skills. And creating stuff without any guidance. Except maybe AI. Okay. I have a bookmark. Ooh, look at that. Look at that beauty. Brum, 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 brum. Brum, 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 brum. Now that is a power. That is a power. Op, 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 op. Okay. So that's functional. There's some weirdness going on in the beginning. But you know what? They're just gonna... This is gonna be style, whatever. Don't care about fixing about that for now. So this is now functional. Which means this needs to be extending. So when it's done, versus... Just removed. Just removed. And gone. Because it's animating again, but it's a different type of animation now. Just removed and gone. Yeah, these are the tasks that you to do. One of the skills for being able to code by yourself is to mentally break everything you do into tiniest sub-steps that you can make. Because it's too difficult to think of a whole thing at once. The skill is to breaking down into smaller portions. Seems reasonable. That seems reasonable. Which means the logic you're doing here is going to be more complex, but let's not think about that. One step at a time, okay? One step at a freaking time. Yeah, I know some stuff is going to complain. I understand. I understand. But what I'm going to need to track of is when something is done or something and it's being completed specifically for a task. Now I'm using the Quest UI. Yeah, it's fine. There was one thing I vibe coded a long while back, which is Visual Studio extension to keep number of lines of C++ in my project. And that thing is such crap. It just never stays in the bottom corner. It just always travels around, hides somewhere. Such a pain. Such a pain. Let's see. Complete. Completed. And something is completed. Complete quiz task. Well, not really. Oh, it's gonna be on removal. Normally gets removed. Yes. This thing is empty. If empty. Right, this part. Just mark it as completed, which is fine. Take the UI state into account while it's being removed. It's being untyped. But that for now primarily affects tasks. Like here. If NAS task completed. Although it might be fine in practice. We'll see. We'll see. Right, what's the first small change? When this task is in done mode, it was completed. Go there. It's completed. Unless because it sits on the board for a while, it's already done, it's not completed. Then it switches off from done to completed, which means that should be fine. Seems reasonable. Just removed. Just removed. Technically should only remove from the bottom. Maybe. But fine, I'll just do this once. It's gonna be wrong, but it's fine. So it's just removed. Then triggered this. Untype that thing. Removed, untype. Go to animate removal. Good. All that makes sense. Right. That seems about the same. Except here it's almost like it's done the opposite way. But there are two cases here when the whole quest is done versus one of the non-final tasks. But let's just get this far. Let's just get this far. Such a simple thing, but so painful. Yeah, I know that works. I don't care about that. Now, we shouldn't have one robot. Screw it. I have one robot. Will it take? That is a real question. Okay. One robot could attack. No, still completely. Yeah, because it's the last task. Damn it. I have to take care of everything right away. Alright. I have to do this now. Until it's gone, I suppose? Maybe actually just this. If it's not active, well, it's probably going to be complex. Or just none. One of those. It's gone, otherwise I still want to show it. Oh, bastard. If quest is not active. Right again. You mean removal, but that thing is already not gone and not showing up, so that's no bueno. Should be working fine. Sitting on the done. It should definitely be visible still. Why is it not? Date none. There you go. Still here. This is done, right? Okay. Yeah, done is the wrong thing to call it, but okay. First complete task is 0, makes sense. Keep it at 0, makes sense. Main removal. Guts to know. Still typing. Untyping correct. Are we visible? We are not visible. Who the hell set you to false? Ooh. Somebody else sets it to false. Oh, this is probably... Is it really? Active quests. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's not gone yet. No, let's do that. Everything's a freaking state machine. Okay. It is being removed if it's one of these. Being removed. Yeah. Removable. The quest is empty though. Why? Extra quest. No, that one is going to be there, but what about this one, the last one? It isn't done. About these apples. All right. In done mode. Quest has been removed. Oh. Okay. Well, that's a first step. At least that's still there. Ooh. Oh, that was sweet. Actually worked a little bit. Makes sense. This needs to be renamed. Really gonna be like that? Fine. That's why we have specific names. Bruh. Bruh. Suntalks. Did I write rendering abstraction? Hell no. I just made a Vulkan renderer straight up. But even then, I just make the game, and then I make the bare minimum I need to for that. So I don't build a custom engine. Like, this is the project, this is the whole thing. Like, my renderer just reloaded some of the game code. And then you have all the, probably like 40K of C++ for the render, of which I have two renders. One is heart rate ray tracing, and one is not. This way I can cover as much market as possible. Well, see, abstraction layers are so nasty anyway. Just use Vulkan API is so simple. I don't think abstractions. I used to work on a rendering team, and I was like a system engineer there. And I get to see how much nasty code you write for all that stuff. And in the end, anyway, when you write your little code for all the platforms, there's always little touch-ups you need to do anyway. It's such a nasty mess. He ain't worth a problem. He ain't worth it. Especially as a SoloDev, hell no. Instead, what I do is I have my game code is in like plain old data components. And this way I can have two separate renderers and none of it gets any particular way, because this is just a bunch of integers and bools and strings. And decouple logic from data is all you need, really. So if I go to other platforms, I can just write another render, like in DLX12 or whatever, some console-specific stuff. Full rendered out, good. Okay, let's Trapshaw's quest. Fully written out, good. So let's see. I think I almost was there. Oh, written that out. Now, let's go slow-mo. Slow-mo, I want to see that font. Go 0. And now removing that thing one character at a time. Good. So we'll get to the Holy Land, next task. And now I need to untype the actual main quest goal. Because this one is out, gone. This one is full written out. Good. 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 So this is task being done. Yeah. Yeah. So if this is the last task. If it's the last task, then I can tell it to just remove it. Remove itself. I don't know what to do there yet. Probably nothing. I don't know. I'll think about it once I get there. So just removed. Production Mr. Agent. Production code for live services. Okay. Okay. Oh, I mean game live services. Yeah. That's multiplayer code is nasty enough. But then on top of that, you add all the live service and all the stuff, like the many things going on there between multiple servers, login servers, data servers. Yeah, it's going to be pretty nasty. That's going to be nasty. 100% agree. I used to work on a multiplayer team. Once on a full game, and then mostly on a game engine. Anyway, so this is the quest state. Yeah. That's why even though my main expertise is multiplayer, I'm not writing multiplayer in this game. Screw that, it just takes way too much freaking energy. Main removal, then gone, maybe. So if it's removed, then I just need to untype it. Untype itself. Untyping, true. Put in this. Right. Am I still typing? Check. Not gonna gone staged. Might be it. Look at this beauty. Wrote a bunch of code. Don't even need to start the game. Okay. Get the quest in. Pick it out. Ooh. I haven't handled state. Oh yeah, this is the quest UI. Am I using ImGUI for UI? Nope. I rolled my own UI specific, but also using ImGUI. Have I tried micro UI? I haven't heard it. So I use ImGUI for dev work, for dev tools. But then for actual game, ImGUI is just not good enough for it. You need something highly dynamic for that stuff. You want to be able to deal with fanciness. You want to be able to grab this little thing and have the thing fill up, deal with custom fancy shader work. It's just too much. Plus all the dragging abilities. It's... No. But micro UI is kind of cute. I haven't heard that. Micro UI. Yet another one. I mean, I guess. But when a library is that small, at that point, it's like, why do that? You can just write your own at that point. It's cute, but it looks like just a bunch more tooling setup. It's not really a game. But that's good. That's good. Dude, once you write your own Vulkan render and everything else, at that point, you just get so spoiled by not dealing a bunch of random ass code of other people that the desire to use other libraries is very little. Instead, it just makes me want to rewrite everything into my own stuff. Rip. Oh, yes. Now that was satisfying. That was good. Now let's see if it will work if I go find another node. I mean, unless it becomes so easy as Unreal, yeah. So slate UI, yeah. Yeah. I mean, reality, most games, most companies are actually successful using Game Engine, using Unreal. They actually rewrite a lot of its stuff anyway, like their own multiplayer, their own UI, even like use something like, what was it? NoEngine GUI instead, and so on. At some point, I was actually trying pretty hard to use this library for UI. NoEngine GUI. Because this is used pretty much everywhere, and it's not purely UI. It doesn't get too much in your way. And it's being literally used by everybody on the planet. Yeah, it's definitely good. I even bought a license to it. But I just got so spoiled by knowing my UI inside out and just being able to be like, hey, here's 10 lines of code and just suddenly works everything. As opposed to having to fight XAML and figuring out how to do all some little small parts and being annoyed by random stuff. It looks really good. The font is amazing. I'm mostly jealous about the font. The clarity of the font. That one's definitely good. My font looks passable now, but that took some work. Even then, it's still not nearly as good as that. But, yeah. Oh yeah, I needed to find... Let's see if this one shows up. Boom. Okay, type it out. It didn't get fully reset. Interesting. You mean for this particular case? Oh yeah. Well, thing is, the ones who are in charge of all the game companies are just a bunch of nasty ass managers and funders. I've had cases where I've come across this personally, where a company was forced to switch into Unreal in order to get funding. So sometimes it's not even the manager's fault to the game thing. Sometimes they're just like, hey, we'll give you money, but we don't trust you to make anything unless you use Unreal. So here's money, but switch your nasty crap to Unreal instead first. So at that point, you gotta make a choice. Do you take 10 million and switch in your game to Unreal, or not use Unreal and don't have a 10 million? What are you gonna do? But outside of that, they're going to pay the price for that stuff anyway. They're going to pay the price. Because you can make Unreal be really fast like Stellar Blade does, but it takes some serious skill and dedication. So either way, you're going to have some people. Alright, so what did not reset? Let me see. Something wasn't reset, and I want to know why. Let me see. It was completed. Animation removal. Gone. Gone. Good. So gone at 0. Or maybe because I haven't reset that little substate. But I thought it did. Turn on trap quest. Does this not? It should set it back to false. So weird. Well, the thing is, even if you use Unreal, you know to optimize well, you're dealing with many tens of million lines of code of Unreal. And sometimes optimizing that, there's only so much you can do as an outsider. And then Unreal releases an update. You have to keep different track what you've made versus the new incoming changes. It's still quite a pain. Versus a SoloDev, for me, a small code base like that, where everything I know inside out. If something crashes in anywhere, I can pretty much just look in the sky and kind of guess where it's at and be right. Okay, it's all gone. So let me see if... It's gone now. Yeah, it should be setting to none, so it's all good. Well, sometimes optimization, like at least when you write it from scratch, you can write it the right way. Whereas if you take millions of lines of code as a dependency, I mean, another thing, having worked with game engines, one of the reasons I don't trust it is that engineers work on those game engines are not there to make it easier for you to make a game. They're there to make a fancy feature to get promoted. So oftentimes it's not even fault of an engine, it just the incentive is to write fancy feature that kind of works, and then 5 years later somebody would try to make a game out of it, but you're already somewhere else of a promotion or different company anyway. And it'll be on somebody else to fix that crap. Alright, so let's slow down time again. I want to see. None animating. So that looks fine. Oh, it still says completed? Why does it say completed? It said completed false here. Why would you mark it as completed? And it says defeated already. Why? Yeah, you know how production managers, higher ups can really crap up timeline? Yep. 1 month before your summer holiday vacation. That's a good whip up large new feature prototype. Get it fast game 1 month. Yeah, I've been there. Spend another month getting back and fixing a number of subtle issues and making changes. Yeah, design team, of course, dude. Yeah. That's the thing. When you have such people in charge, not just of your game, but also of your promotion criteria and everything else, you know, it's like, dude, what are you going to do? That's one of my main hope, is just to get this game well enough where I can support myself without having to go back into that nastiness. That would be nice. Although maybe I might just go back to like Meta or Facebook, work on some VR engine tech instead of working on games. It'll pay well enough and not be completely crazy on hours. Okay, so something started to complete it. And here. Why? I have a suspicion. I have suspicions. And I have questions. Specifically this part. You have to be that, right? So let's try it again. So this will trigger the breakpoint. I understand that. Keep going. It says completed. Makes sense. Makes sense. Now, dudes, you can just go chill. You can just go chill. Another thing of pleasure making your own game and to deal with anybody else. You can just make it just the way you want to. Especially as an engineer of years of having to deal with teams. Oh my god, it's such a pain in the ass. This time it works fine. I'm suspicious. We'll just recompile everything. Make sure everything's clean. Actually, I'm going to make it even doubly sure. Sometimes it gets weird misbehavior where like partial compilation is just wrong. It's just wrong. So just compile again. Teamwork, dude. Teamwork is expensive. It's just so much stuff to deal with. Also, game developers often don't read books like Mythical Man Month. A special manager's there. Holy crap. Better be alone than surrounded by idiots. Well, you've just described why AAA games are failing. Well done. Well done. Okay. Everything's gone, fine. I honestly feel like resetting this maybe... So let's do another test. Ooh, right away it thinks everything is gonzo. Activate robots. Yeah, this is a trap thing. Mm-hmm. Hit robots, right? That's a quest. Spawn one robot makes sense. Wait, it says it spawned a robot. Oh, maybe this wasn't set. Oh, you little bastard. Yeah, this probably wasn't reset. Okay. That's a good question. What do I get for not configuring this stuff yet? Robot spawn 0. Okay. That should be fine now. Should be fine now. It's kind of knowing only her arm moves when she points while standing. I need to do some. Good. Good. Hey. Why are you still around? Stuck? Oh, that took a long ass time. That took a long ass time. Why? Why? You know what? This is probably not necessary, but just to be nice. When a quest is in gone state, you're going to none. And everything here is getting reset. And none as well. Just to clear it all out. I don't think it's coming here though. Fine. It's because I already checked that it's completed. Fine. Maybe one full written out. Good. It's fine. Now let's keep a robot around that's not part of this group. Where are you at? Is there no good chest here? No, there's not. Okay. Unlock the door. Good. Then give me the chest. Really? Fine. Let's do a quickie again. That's a good test. Zip. One of the things that we're doing in solo like that, and it opens up implementing by yourself from scratch in a way that nobody else bothers to do it. And because of that, it stands out, and that's good enough. Sometimes the game doesn't need to look amazing, it just needs to look unusual. Hey, bastard. Come here. 0, it's still at 0. It's stuck in a full written out state. Of course, anytime you have complex states, it's gonna be bugs. Full written out. Yeah, if a game is fun and amazing, it just means they're gonna be making tens of $millions of dollars as opposed to 100,000s. Which, given how insanely, humongously large Steam is, it's okay to bring the game up to speed over time. Is the whole environment destructible? Pretty much. There is some limitation, like there's level walls that don't get destroyed, but outside of that, I tried to make just about everything destructible, including robots. You can even like shoot off arms off of them. Like this guy's missing a limb, little bastard of his sword. The four is destructible as well, but that requires a different dude. Or different ability at least. Hold on. Bam. Smack that hoe. Destructible is definitely a fun part. Initially, first year, half a year of the game, I didn't have any destructible stuff at all. I wasn't even sure if I would be able to do it and how. But then one little push at a time, eventually did it. The robots are actually destructible first. This was when robots were being first time to get damage in the robot, but the wall's not damaged at all. Talking about Steam, I don't know if that's bad. Steam is insanely good, dude. It is the necessary evil. Holy crap, for only 30%, you get access to 40 million active users at the same time, concurrent. Dude, take 50%, I don't care. Comparing games to others is a good thing, because people want to play the same type of good games. Like, for example, I would love somebody to make another Into the Breach, but nobody's making that stuff. Nobody's got the balls to make that game. Very sad. Very sad. Oh, this is when I was rocking WSD movement. That's right. That's right. Oh yeah, in little debris aside from big chunks. Good stuff. Good stuff. But back to hard stuff. Oh, state. So we're stuck in 0. Sorting out. But it says there are no remaining robots. The problem is I'm only catching the state when robot gets removed. And somehow... Wait, no. This gets removed fine, but then in the update call... Am I in this wrong state here? Oh, I forgot about the state entirely. Oh, I forgot about this. I forgot about this. No, wait. Don't I set this? I do set... Wait, who does set this? I guess not. It happens here. Yeah, you know what? This should just be inside here, bro. Bro. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do. That'll do. Okay. Gonzos. We got good. Dude, that is lovely. Such a simple little thing to do and implement, honestly. And just to type it out. All I'm doing is just showing one extra character at a time. Here we go again. Okay, but now... What state are you in? You're in inactive state. Wait, inactive state. Then why would you not think it's done? I need to catch you in the act. Waiting for clear. I mean, that sounds like it might be a race condition if the robot doesn't spawn in time. Maybe. Although we only get here if I already spawned everything. So it should be fine. So if waiting for clear and going to inactive, this should technically close down the thing here. Technically. But it's not. Then why did it not get here? Excuse me? It doesn't say complete, it says active. Dude, is... Oh, there's a stupid check here. Wait, active robots? Oh, because there's an active robot already. It doesn't do that condition, yeah. Because that guy's around. I see. I see. Okay. That I understand. That I understand. This is very custom check. That is no longer true. That is no longer true. Because this is specifically to handle this thing. But that needs to happen outside regardless. Yeah. You know what, fine, I'm just gonna... It's kind of necessary work, but... But that's fine. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Rip. Okay, let's do. Oof. Just let me stay in that area for a bit, dude. Thank you. Good. Okay, this wasn't too horrifically hard. Just 3.5 hours of work, huh? Diablo-like games, usually sometimes they put like an asterisk on top of that special robot kind to indicate that he's a different subgroup. That might be interesting to do. Dude, stop whacking at my face. Rip. But that looks wonderful. Okay. Now to test it with another quest already there. Hey, where's my hair stuck there? That's annoying. Dude, I was so distracted by the hair being stuck in the ground. I didn't pay attention. Rip. I should probably delay it a few seconds before beginning to erase it, actually. Maybe like 2-3 seconds. Yeah. Make the quest be green as well. Let's do that. Dudes, lay off. This was just removed on the quest. Right, for completed. Which means no, not here. This is part of quest data. Here. To do it for task. That's the thing, right? Yeah, that is a thing. That is where I can wait. I can also wait if it's the last task. In that case, yeah. clock. I'm gonna need a clock. Be right back. Hubba hubba. Time to slowly shut down the stream. It's too late. Enough of this. First step is not camera, but don't want to do the sports. Last task. Oh yeah, it's to be tested when you're done the subtask. Hmm. Yeah. Yes, yes. For now, I can just... like 3 seconds. It should be quick, easy, quickie. Okay, give me the quest right now. Boom, 1, 2, 3, Mississippi. Boink. Let's test a reset. Give me a chest. Really? Just not gonna give it to me now. Hopefully the next stage has it. Oof. Right to my head. Red chest? Red chest? No. Actually, you know what'll be easier? I don't want to run around. I'll just spawn one more chest right here. Boom. Yeah, I probably need to test the case of multiple anyway. Okay. Good, good, good. Now it needs to be green for the goal. Mr. Goal. Over the goal. Yeah, this part. Right. Completed task. No. Yeah, actually, yeah. Good. Yeah, that's perfect. Now that is good stuff. Just a light visual, attention grabbing detail. Good. 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 I might need to modify this so that this is actually walkable through the chest, maybe. Maybe. So for a simple task quest, it's actually looking good. I need to handle some edge cases, such as not setting off another trap if the previous one isn't done yet. So that looks good. All green. Remove it. I need to handle a case of cleaning that out in between. In between. Okay. Okay. That's good. Minor quests. UI animation. Probably the easiest thing to handle that is just to enable. Oh, this is a damsel. In that case, I can just give her zone 1. This tells 10. Oh. Wrong file. Okay. Zone 1, good. How would that work? Actually, that wasn't bad, except they shouldn't continue to do that part. It does need to have the same delay, though. Maybe. Maybe. Why is this not showing the next task, actually? Actually, if I do defeat this... Huh. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Saves damsel. Full written out. Checks out. Full written out. Fine. Oh, everything says fully. Oh, that was the last robot. Okay, so that's promising. Promising. What state are you in? Why is the whole thing in a gone state? It's clearly not done yet. Well, let's try it again. Everything says full written out, which is actually not what I want. That is not what I want. Right. When going for tasks, really, actually, it's the first task for UI plus one more. That's all I care about. Do that. Okay, animating, written out, animating. This one says just appeared, but makes sense. Okay. So reaching the zone, out of zone. Okay. But then I should do this one. Task. When task is done, here. This is a to-do I care about, actually. Right. This is animating removal. Makes sense. So the quest should still be forwarded out. Good. It'll be gone. Good. So when we figure out which task to show, it's the first task that's not completed. Let's wait until next time. Right. Well, that part makes sense. So it would show the first one completed plus the next one over. Okay. And then it shows that. But who sets the quest to being gone? You shouldn't be doing this anymore. A bunch of task stuff. So should be fine. So who the hell? Okay. At this point, this quest is active, not completed. First step is gone. This one's just appeared, so it should be fine. Completed true. Completed false. Which way are you gonna go with? One still, so it should still... It technically shouldn't be showing it anymore. If it got untyped... It's kind of interesting. I might only need one line in that case. Might need only one line. One line. Which I suppose makes sense. You have just one line, fine. Wait, true. Perhaps not completed or it's still being removed. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. So no longer need to do this anymore. This is fine. I'll probably clamp it though. In case I may not even need to loop this, to be honest. But maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Yeah, I'll let that be. Right, right. Oh, now you're just gonna set and not get removed. Interesting. Interesting. Fully written out. But what happened? I just want to go into removal. Interesting. Interesting. It is full written out. And it's completed. I guess it could be this state. Yeah. Wait, I actually kind of got kind of far. Okay, so now it's gone. Why is the second one not being shown? Okay. Task is of 1. Makes sense, which is the second task. So then why? Completed true, completed false. It should show these two. Right. Fully completed out. Right, that's the third task, which is currently staying full written out and not completed. So maybe it's just not being visible. Oh. Somewhere here, aren't ya? Aren't ya? First task to show, yeah. That's because this build is handled separately, isn't it? Isn't it? Kinda sucks to duplicate. Try it this way. Not completed. A task being removed. I'm not sure I'm liking this full written out in that case. Because that makes sense. That's not so much sense. Perhaps I should just merge these two, honestly. Might just need to do that in the future. Probably. Probably. Oh. Oh, I see. Spawn that thing. Okay, let's just see what the hell is going on here. We've got the right quest. Fine. The first one's completed. Good. First one to show is 1, correct. Starting from 1, good. Wait a second. Shouldn't this verify task relative index? No, this needs to check if this applies to this particular UI element. I believe. Actually, it does take into account here. So let's see, this should be the first non-completed. Correct. Right. Write this out. Good. Visible true. Is it possible? Like, oh, show me character 0. Why? Why are you at 0? Why are you at 0? Okay. At least I found the problem is. That's good. So, this guy. Oh, this thing, yeah. Characters are showed 0. Why is it at 0? Probably need to reset it somewhere. Yeah, because 0, because the previous element got untyped, so it got set it to 0. But once it's showing a new one, it shouldn't be 0 anymore. Right. And otherwise it's visible and everything is Gucci. Yeah, okay. I think I'm gonna handle it here so that when the task is fully written out, but not completed. Yeah, I get to do that, but at least I need to set this. Show everything. Check. Task relative. That doesn't look right. This part should be... Yeah, this one goes for everything. Makes sense. Actually, mainly in that case... Wait, what the hell am I doing here? No. It's the wrong switch. Roll back. It should be happening here when it's full written out. Yeah, this guy will know. Wish this is a place. I thought. When the previous completed task was removed and UI element is showing the next non-completed task. Why is it not being triggered here? Oh, it skips that one. It skips that one. Task is gone. Fully written out. Okay. Fully written out. Biscuit. I wonder. It means this part is wrong. First task to show. Starting from the second item. So that should be totally fine. Cute Mr. Pinful. Nighttime. Task 2. Wait a second. I guess, yeah, this says task 1. That makes sense. Okay, now we're going to Linux 1. Good. Next task. Good. I need to look at the structure UI. Okay. That's task quest 1, task 1. Task 1 versus task 2. So 1. Wait, this one shows the completed one. Hmm. The other option. Take the stairs down. Makes sense. Oh, we didn't clear the text. That's why. That's why. Although, why is it not being shown? Definitely see it. Huh. Thing. Most interesting. Ooh, for a moment I saw it say reach. Defeat. Wait. Let's do it slower. The reach zone is correct. That one is correct. Characters going bye-bye. Fine. Then here. This one is correct, but it's not printing it. Wait, height of 0. Ooh. Why is it 0? That's what it's going on. It's unrelated bug. Unrelated bug. There's a bug even though there's text, but the height of things of that. I bet if I do the magic switch of skipping invisible elements. Wait, what? Oh, invisible elements. Meaning this one. So why is it 0? Height shouldn't be 0. Maybe I need to poke at it again. It's probably what it is. Hello. Do you ever add an update flag to this? Localized used. Because here the height is available. And then it goes to 0. Oh, again, because characters to show is 0 again. I forgot about this thing. That's real problem. Yep. That's why. It's just hidden behind this. Okay. That is good. That means it's not a big deal. It just means new buggy code. Who cares? Also, by the way, this thing gets removed. This one should be slowly tipping in, but let's just fix this one first. Well, let's see. When removal just removed and it got finished. Just removed. Right, when the task is finished. Just finished. Doesn't catch, huh? Oh, this might be a little bit wrong. Yeah, this I thing is actually a task index. Technically, I need this difference here. Think. A little weird jumpiness is weird, but yeah, okay. Okay. One little steppy step at a time. Because that was painful. Multitask quest completion. Yeah. Now. Next thing, this part shouldn't disappear, it should get typed in. It's fine for this one to be jumped out, but not that one. Fully written out. So 2 are full written out. This one just appeared. Fine. So when... Hey, Voliga. What's bug cracking, man? What is bug cracking? Welcome to UI work and debugging. Did some very cute stuff today. Very cute stuff. Check out this cuteness. Oh yeah, just type that all in. Here's another quest. Hell yeah. And then when you complete it, it just gets untyped. Yeah, I don't care about that breakpoint. Again. Good. Mark it as green, untype. Go. Wonderful. But now into more complex stuff. Now when you trigger that sub-step, it's fine to remove that one. Slow down. Like it's fine to remove this one, but when this one replaces it, the next one should be slowly typed in. So this is being removed. Fine. This one's written out. This one has just appeared. Fine. And then just get snapped into full written out. Dude. That is not cool. That is not cool. Ooh. There's to have done that. Right, if it's not a last task. Just appeared. Oh, this game's so big and complex, my brain can barely handle this. Alright, slow it down. Somebody made it into just appeared. So 2 ways to debug this. Figure out who suddenly switched from just appeared immediately to full being written out without animation. Or walk the path of what should be happening versus looking up who did it the wrong way. It's kind of interesting. 2 different ways of debugging. Follow the good path, find the bad path. So whatever it was yeah. I mean, technically, maybe I need to do it the right way. Because if these first 2 are full written out, don't find that, then this one should just be none, honestly. Because it's not being shown at all. So why the front door is it just appeared? I want to fix that. What am I using for font rendering? Just free type. Free type that thing. One of the few dependencies that I got before I replaced more of them the vibe code, chat code. Yeah, free type this thing. Ignore Linux because Linux is crap. But yeah, compile this nasty stuff using free type. I'm actually doing double rendering during an Atlas. Because if you really zoomed in into the font, actually I'm curious, is this still functional? I used to have this, I rate to see the fanciest font debugger you've ever seen. Where is it at? Text tester, I think that was it. Oh, this is something else. Oh, font viewer. Oh yeah, look at this fanciness. And it's the wrong thing too, wonderful. Chinese. Yeah. Really? Not showing me anything else? It's kind of lame. Looks like I may have messed it up, but Chinese is kind of cool. Building out on them atlases. Actually, it's good to know it contains all the usual alphabets too. Or did I merge them together? I don't remember. I may have merged them together. I may have. Whatever. One of Joe Betty's works at Rockstar. Recently blog posts about his own font system. It's pretty cool, progressive multi-sampling to have more real-time rendering. It's good. In my case, I had to make sure I'm drawing it the right pixel boundary. Because my font used to look way uglier. Where's one of my first UIs? This was definitely one of the first UIs. Well, the back then font was pretty big, so I didn't have to worry too much. But then I began to take screenshot of Diablo 4 game, and I saw how they do like a little bit of blending edge to the font. So I'm drawing characters twice, so I can generate like a bit of an outline. Oh, actually, where's my magnifier? Magnifier. Yeah, you can actually see it here. Like there's a little bit of a border to it, kinda. Yeah, here's a border. So I have to draw it twice of different color and free type. I'm going to generate all that stuff. You have half-ass custom TTF person, Jai. Got second GG. You get a second child aggro, all right, as they say in World of Warcraft terms. It's funny. Yeah, free type is good enough so far. Maybe one day I'll think about it. Because it seems like you can get into TTF and get the stroke lines. And kind of do it yourself if you really want to, but I don't feel like digging into that. Unless the font becomes more of a pain in the future. Depends if I have readability problems. Which, by the way, check out this Path of Exile tooltips now. You hold the Alt, you can get extra information on different properties. DF contains bytecode VM in it. Dude, speaking of random crap, before I had my own audio system, I would use WAV files. And I was like, hey, WAV files are pretty compact, if not compressed, right? And then I come to know when I'm reading WAV file directly that actually they can contain a whole bunch of metadata. And some programs shove a compressed MP3 file into your WAV file. So I ended up compressing my WAV file by like a tremendous amount. I got so triggered off to that even in my GUI system, I specifically keep track of the efficiency of my audio files. Because this used to be like 40%. It was like 40% of audio data I was using, and the rest of it is like metadata crap. Dude, so now it's 99% efficiency, man. That was so nasty. But this is now my the funnest I'm GUI tool I have. Look at this. Look at this wavelines. And I can do like start end for the which parts to play, and then which parts to fade out. So pretty, so pretty. We say Matt skills, but really it's a combination of me and AI. Because I was like, yo, ChatGPT, how the hell do I draw this nasty lines? And it was like, yeah, you can use put lines like that. I was like, okay. I know the data when that is and so on. It wasn't too hard after that. Because using IMplot the right way is such a pain in the ass. There's always some little gotcha that throws it off. AI was really helpful with that. To do that last little bit of 5%. You know, it's like you do the 90% right, then you do 5% more correct of using AI, you're at 95. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Because that last 10-20% is the hardest part. Speaking of this nasty freaking quest text. Okay. I'm not gonna hit too much. But check out this, it's kind of funny component like text typing animation. Annoying. You're gonna be fighting me on that? Really? Fine. What if I do it on this one? Are you gonna hit me here? Because I guess my game logic now takes it over. I'd have to write like a separate UI to test it on. Yeah, you're gonna hate me. Fine. Ooh, I guess I could do it. You know what I could have done? But label, yes, check. Typing. Boink. Boink. Wow. It's just not gonna show it. Cool. No mind. It only works with specific game logic now. Fine, not care. It's too late in the day to care about such things. But at least that works. Because before, when the quest was completed, it was too hard to notice any kind of changes here. But now it turns green and does a little dancing animation. Ooh, no, that was gross. So first time it works, and the second one did not. So that was cute. So I need to reset something. But I'm taking out these bastards. Yep. At least it's my code. It's kind of nice and relaxing, as opposed to screaming in anger at Unreal. I can just be like, yeah, I know where this is. Tomorrow in a fresh mind, I can easily take care of that. And for now, I can just take out my anger on the robots. You know what? Let's move this quest thing where it belongs. Quest route. Let's go back to snapping it to the edge. Good. One of these days I'll modernize this little zapping animation. Yeah, it is a nice feeling to understand everything in the code base. Dude, I still remember when I spent like 3 months of relearning Unreal Engine 5, 100 hours of Udemy courses, 2.5 months of prototyping my game in that. And then after 3 months of that, I got so fed up with C++ coding experience on Unreal, I just deleted the whole project. Usually I keep at least a copy of all projects around, but that one is a one-time. I was like, no, I don't even want the history of this project. I got lucky, I kept a few videos out of it. It was so nasty. So nasty. Felt so dirty. Unreal C++ workflow. God. Still mad about this. 3 years later, I'm still mad about the project, dude. It's so funny. 3 years I worked on that, then dropped it, started working on this. I'm still mad at that. Oh my God. Dude, I remember what really pissed me off. What was it? It was the game was working fine. It looked pretty, of course, because it's Unreal, right? Like, it was all okay. And it was in a game build, it was working fine. And then I was like, you know what? I know from experience, I need to test the end-to-end. So why don't I produce a fully optimized, shipped package build of a game, standalone group, right? And so I do. I launch the game and it crashes. It was working fine for like a month prior, and it was working in the editor, usual game mode and whatever. Standalone, non-optimized, non-fully packaged code build. My goodness. And it crashed somewhere like random particle thing. I was like, dude, likely because of a small enough project, I finally guessed which particular particle node was causing the crash. It's one of those times where like you fix the bug and you're just gonna pause and be like, I ain't doing that crap again. No. Like, I can just imagine spending like half a year or something and like you have 1,000 particle nodes and just one of them crashes and be like, I don't know which one crashes. Don't want to study a million lines of code in a particle subsystem to see what the hell that particular crash is related to. Not really. So that's when you say, you know what, I'm going to have my own blackjack and particle system. In fact, forget particle system, just have blackjack. Come forth. Ooh. But also been playing a lot of Diablo 4. So because of that, I have this quest system where robots drop down. Actually, instead of doing this annoying to work with that system, I could do a little quickie, simple thing. That is, when robots land, and the landing effect, they could spark up some particles when they do that. All right, Mr. 55. Let's see how many components I have. 539 components. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. To be fair, a lot of them have like half tags, like empty structs that don't have anything. They're just more like a way to mark up something. Alright. So landing effect he has. Does he have a particle effect? I don't think it does. Particle spawner. Particle spawner. Particle spawner. Bone attachments. No, I think just 0, 0 is fine for landing. I could do it per foot, but it's too much pain. Too much pain. Just make it all red. Red angle. I don't remember which... Wait, yeah. Initial direction is up. Good. So, actually... I guess I'll make it kind of wide. Kind of wide. Bit of a spawn radius at it. But it's kind of a pain. I wish I could test it here. But it's on pose mode. It's probably gonna have a fit if I try to actually do it. Yeah, no, it wants to be frozen. Fine. I don't feel like doing proper for that, so... Mr. Landing effect. If completed... Introduce a bowl for the landing effect. Trigger the particle. But for now, it's late night coding. Just do this. Particle spawner. The hell? Where's my intelligence? Hello? Bruh. I have some kind of duration thing, don't I? I thought I did. Yeah. Run for like 1/4 of a second. Okay, that just doesn't turn off. Oh, it's probably this one. Do that kind of thing. It's gonna be a pain in the ass. Catching this guy in the act. Okay. Here comes a dummy. Dummy thick robot. Now, are you not gonna show time remaining? Turn of 0, 0, right. So this should Alright. Here's 2.25. Interesting. I guess it's been too long since I used this component. I remember nothing about how it works, huh? Oh, so you do need to say to brew. No. Guess I wasn't completely crazy. But then why the hell did it not show off? Shut off. Interesting. Interesting. Yep, it just ignores me. That's cool. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. To just ignore me. Here's a case. But huh? Oh, my brain's not working. I get it. I admit the problem is my face. If it wasn't enabled yet, otherwise I'm just refreshing the freaking life. There you go. There you go. Still doesn't get shut off. Interesting. Well, whatever, you know what? My brain ain't working no more. So let's see if I can rate somebody. Let's see if Mr. Valdigo is probably not streaming. Who do we got? Nobody that I know. Retro looks fine-ish. Oh, Luis has a bit too many watchers. Let me see. Similar small size. High to low. Oh, sure. Sure thing. Unreal it is. Oh, thanks for watching, people. I shall return tomorrow in greater numbers. Three, two, one, raid.